I'm tired. I'm tired of this. Where I turned Twitch off because I don't want Bible bashing and I don't want to put moving on TV in danger. They don't understand. They don't understand. They think we're living in a free world. Well, we're not. We're not. You have to be very, very careful what you put out now. Extremely careful. I was going to read. I was going to read A Course in Miracles, wasn't I? I was. Anyway, I've turned Twitch off. I think they were the only ones that were coming on here, but whatever. We're supposed to be in Happiness Saturday. Oh, happy news. Wow, it looks like it's going to be a beautiful day. Sun's out. Commune day, I think. Oh, wow, sun. So, the sun is shining. It's going to be a beautiful day today. It always helps when the sun is shining, doesn't it, guys? And I've got some chocolate oat milk. Oh my God, it's gone off. Oh my God. I'm not doing too well today, am I? Oh. So the good news is the sun is shining, and that's beautiful. We've got a beautiful sunny day today. A beautiful sunny day. That's cool, isn't it? I must admit, the guys that come on from Twitch are very respectful, but they started getting into a conversation that could have got us wiped off, moving on TV, wiped off as well. So, the way we're living at the moment, we're living in a precarious world where there's very little freedom now to say what you want. And so I had to switch off Twitch because they were getting too deep into issues that really we can't talk about. We can't talk about them on here. So the sun is shining out there, guys. Go out there and get your sun. Go and enjoy today. I'm going to go to the commune. Beautiful. I'm going to get dressed. I haven't slept, but it doesn't matter. I'm going to go. Well, it's only 7 o'clock. It's too early. It's too early to go there, but I am. I'm going to get myself dressed and have a bit of a rest, have some sleep. But I'd suggest you get some sun because it is the best cure of all. Yeah, and we were going to look at A Course in Miracles. We were talking about trauma, childhood trauma, and how if you haven't healed it, and I swear I don't think that it's possible to heal childhood trauma completely. I really don't. I don't think you can, not fully. because it's layers. You have layers. It's like peeling an onion. And I think that you will find that you will heal some and you will get to be able to cope with it. You'll get to a point where you're coping. Yeah. You're coping. You're dealing with it. And I think that's where I am, where you deal with it. But then, as soon as something, you could get triggered again. So be kind to yourself and just accept it. Accept that things are going to trigger you in life. And you are still going to be able to survive and to cope and to carry on. But if they do trigger you, it just means that you've got more work to do. And that's what you've got to do. You've just got to go inside and do some more work. That's how I see it. And it's usually to do with forgiveness. And I did put out the 13 steps of self-forgiveness, which is so beautiful. Colin Tipping, who passed last year, I think. And you can, if you do that, it's absolutely brilliant. It does release. If you're holding a lot of self-guilt, for example, I'm carrying a lot of guilt because I was brought up to feel guilty. And so a lot of childhood trauma with me is a lot of guilt. And I feel guilty. I feel guilty about the situation I'm in at the moment. I walked away from my marriage, 26 years, and I feel guilty. He's sad. And I feel sad about that. But I had to do it. I had to do it. It's not right. And he knows it, and I know it, and we're talking about it. We talk about everything. And we both deserve to be happy. And we weren't happy. But I feel guilty. I did a reading for him, and I could see what's going on. I could see how he's living at the moment. And I told him, I picked some stuff up, and I asked him to go to a park, to drive to the beach, to take some time to be free, to set himself free, because I've let him go. But I feel guilty because I broke it up. I asked him to go. I wanted my freedom. And I feel guilty because he's a good human being. He's a good human being, but it's just not right. And particularly the way we're living, if you've got to work really hard to convince someone, you're going to get exhausted. That's the big conversation here. If you're going to feel depressed and sick because you're trying to convince someone and wake them up and they just cannot see it because you want to save them. You want them to be healthy. You want them to eat properly. You want to save their life, but they're not listening. And you can't do this to yourself. But somewhere inside, you believe that you were meant to do this. You were meant to wake people up until it gets to the level where you're screaming inside and you listen to your elders like Janie, who says, Lauren, you cannot save the world. Make it one person, you first. If you can help one human being today, and that's what Moving On TV is. I help one human today to understand how loved they are and how trauma is like peeling an onion. So be proud of yourself if you peeled a tiny bit of that onion today. And if someone triggers you but by bringing up your childhood pain, then thank them. Sounds weird. Melody Beattie talks about this. Say thank you for bringing up my childhood, for giving me an opportunity to understand that I am full of sadness and I am full of guilt and I am full of lack of forgiveness of my parents and myself still. How I can not have forgiven myself doesn't make sense to me. I was a child, but the whole of my recovery in the therapeutic community, the whole of my recovery was about self-forgiveness. Self-forgiveness. Without religion or anything. I felt guilty about what had happened to me as a child. Me. I felt that I had let myself down. I couldn't figure any of it out, why it carried on, why I kept going back, until I understood the psychology of children who don't think like adults. The innocence of a child, they trust everybody. And you always go back and think this is not going to happen again because you're innocent and you trust. The same way as I go on moving on TV and I do ecstatic dancing. I didn't expect to get abuse and unbelievable, awful people coming on because I did ecstatic dancing. I didn't think that they would come on and be so disgusting because I'm innocent. And when it happened, it threw me back. But it's good because then I knew I had more work to do, more work to do, more work to do. And I hadn't healed my childhood trauma. My childhood trauma is stuck here in my heart. I haven't healed my childhood trauma. But guess what? I may never heal it. You may never heal it. You have to learn how to live with it. You may never fully heal. May not happen, but you have to learn how to live with it. You have to learn how to not turn it against yourself and stop loving others. You have to learn how to open your heart despite your childhood trauma. I don't hate those people that came on to Moving On TV. I feel sorry for them more than anything. I feel sorry for them because I think they're lost now, even more than they used to be. People don't know what to do with themselves. I was talking to Janie about addictions, and I said, what is my addiction now? Because I don't drink, I don't smoke. You had the joint yesterday, but that's like one in a million. I never do. I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't sleep around. I don't overeat. I take time out for me, but I'm addicted to something. Yeah, we were talking about that. And because I'm suffering, like we all are suffering at the moment, we're going through hell on and off. We're watching our loved ones defy common sense. We're watching our loved ones do things that they're going to pay, because the body is a temple. And if you start stuffing that into it, it's a temple. You'll get the consequences. You'll deal with the consequences. The body is a temple. Your body is a temple. And if you don't treat it as such, you'll deal with the consequences. And so we're all dealing with letting go. I think we're here to learn to let go. I had this conversation with a beautiful young mum yesterday. We met up, and she's in a really difficult situation, watching loved ones becoming lab rats, if you know what I mean. Because that's what I believe this is. I believe they're becoming lab rats. And what we said was, you know, Jesus, Buddha, all these amazing teachers, they told us to detach with love. To detach with love. I think that's the only way you can do it. It's the only way you can do it. Detach. Detach with love. The only way you're going to come through this is by detaching with love. And believe me, it's not easy. It's a work in progress. We are a work in progress. All of us. We're a work in progress. Detaching with love is not that easy. It's not easy. It's a work in progress. It's one day at a time. One day at a time. Isn't that what they say in AA and the 12 steps? If I could just not drink one day at a time, 1 hour at a time, 1 minute. But, you know, if I had an issue with drink, I'd be drinking now. I don't judge anyone. How can I? We're all going through hell. We're human. That part of us that is human. That part of us that is human is going through hell. And I do not judge anyone. As I said, if I had an addiction now, I'm lucky that I don't have a substance addiction. I'm one of the lucky ones. But I would be drinking. If I was an alcoholic, I'd be drinking now. Because how can you even go on a 12-step group on Zoom when it's packed with fear? I can't go on a 12-step group on Zoom because they're talking bollocks, with all due respect, that it's all fear about this and how important it is, and how they're not in the consciousness of love that I'm in. They're not in my consciousness. I cannot go on a 12-step group anymore. I can't. It's all fear. Too much fear now. And too many people that are not awake. So if I had an eating disorder, a drink disorder, or anything to cover up this void, with me, I deal with the void a lot now. And then I go and be with the commune. Thank God. Thank God. I had a year of it, and now I don't have to have it anymore. A year of this intense nothingness. No one. Well, 8 months since I've been living on my own. This intense nothingness of actually losing my voice. So I can't really sing the way I want to. So 8 months of this throat chakra thing, of 8 months of nothing, nowhere to run. 8 months. Not because I believe in not going to see local people, but because it was plunked on me. Because I've never bought into this. I was never locked down, never will be. Ever. No one will put me in a cage. Ever. No one will make me wear one of these. because that's a yellow star, and there's no way I'll wear one of those on my face. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. So I can't work. And I can't go, unless this changes, I will never see the beauty of the world again. And I'm grateful that I traveled before I settled down. Before this, I traveled all over the world and I saw the beauty of the world. And I feel for young people, and they're the ones that need to wake up, because they're the ones that need to be able to go and see the world and not to bow down to something to force them. You could see the progression after 9/11. Suddenly it was all security and scans everywhere. Well, guess now it's like you've got to have, you know what I mean, another book. It wasn't enough to have one book to travel to another country. Now you've got to have another book, if you know what I mean, or else and they still won't let you. And so I choose freedom. I'm a spirit, I'm a free spirit, and I will never, ever be trapped and caged, ever. Ever. And what I suggest to all of you is the same. You were given your freedom. You thought you were brought up in a free country. You thought you were born into freedom. You've been enslaved from the time you were born. However, as a spirit, you are free. If only you believe it. If everybody went to the supermarket like me, without these, what do you think would happen? We'd be liberated, but you're not doing it. A lot of people are doing it. I've asked people, oh, I just want an easy life. Well, you know what? Your freedom is more important than you having an easy life. Your children's future. I don't want to feel angry. Your children's future. These children, the planet Earth, Gaia, what we live upon, this beautiful, beautiful planet, being human. It's an honor to be here. So stand up for it with love. Stand up for it. I saw something which disturbed me. Someone was circulating a video. It was in Israel, on a plane, these passengers on a plane. And every single one of them was, except one child. And they wouldn't let that family on the plane because that one child didn't have it. And I looked at that and oh my God, did it remind me of something of my Jewishness. And it was happening in the country that supposedly liberated us. It didn't. It did the opposite. It enslaved those who were born with the religion I was born. It enslaved them. And to watch that scene with these religious Jews, it was depressing, isn't the word? It was like history repeating itself. How could they have become so complacent, like lambs to the slaughter? Where's the spirit that I grew up with? That spirit of community in that country, of love for your fellow man. Now they're turning against each other if they don't bow down to what they fought against, to why my ancestors died in the first place. Where's the spirit gone of all your great-grandfathers and grandfathers that went to die to give you freedom? Where's the spirit gone? You still have it. I have it. Never, ever will I wear a yellow star on my face or a sanitary towel. Like Baba Bertha jokes about it. as above, so below. As swapped. And I said that at the commune. Everybody burst out laughing. If you know what I mean, if you're a woman, but a man now as well. You're wearing sanitary towels. It's disgusting. How can you do that to yourself and your body? But anyway, I can't say that much, can I? But as someone who was born to that religion, I'm watching, where is the spirit of the people that, whether they went and they built up a beautiful country, and they were somebody, the British came and they created this huge war, but they went there and they built with their own hands the spirit of a human being that can build, like the commune, the spirit of humanity, standing up for animals and nature. Where is it gone? Look at it. Look at it. Look at the human race, what they've done to themselves. All they have to do is no. Say no. Sorry. Just say no. No. If every single human being did what I'm doing now, when I go, if I need to go somewhere, it just will not happen with me. Ever. Never, ever, ever. I don't need an exempt certificate. I am human and I am free. And so is every single one of you. Read that as you want, because I cannot go into more details, obviously, because I'll get wiped off YouTube. There is no freedom on YouTube anymore. No. And BitChute, it's practically impossible to get on there. And so what I want you to think about today is, you are such amazing souls and spirits. Everyone is. Everyone is. And you have a right to do the same as me. And if all of us do that, then that will be the end of this, if you know what I mean. Every single one of us. I can't tell you what to do, but I want to. And you know what I mean. Take back your lives. Just take back your lives. In any way you can take back your life. Whether that's a personal thing, or it's more, you know what I mean. Don't let them dictate to you anymore. Because the more you give in, the more they dictate. The more you give them permission, the more they'll enslave you. My ancestors thought that they were going to be taken care of. They told them that they kept people away from them because they were contaminated. Yeah? They sent back to spirit anybody that didn't suit them. And those that did suit them, guess what they did to them? Guess what they're doing to them? Wake up, guys. Wake up, world. And I don't feel tired doing this. Well, because you're not coming back at me, are you? When I was trying to do this with Martin the other day, he was just not reacting, or I felt like I wasn't getting anywhere. And the depression and the sadness, and guys, you've got to prepare yourself. There's going to be a huge amount of sadness. You've got to get strong. You got to get strong on your own. If you're lucky to have a family that believes, then you are one of the luckiest people in the world. One of my friends, her mother just swapped and did what she said she would never do because of the fear mongering. That's how we're living. And so what I'm saying to you is get strong in any way you can. Try your best to love your child, your inner child. Love your trauma. It sounds ridiculous. Love your trauma. Hello, Belle. Good morning, sweetheart. Love your inner child. Love your trauma. Love yourself. Because stop fighting yourself. Today is beautiful. And in a few hours, I'm going to get myself together and feed the cats, and I'm going to go to the commune, and I'm going to sit with these beautiful souls in the sunshine, because I can't think of anything nicer to do today. Just to sit in the sunshine and meditate and laugh. Everything I lost and missed since the lockdown, I'm taking back, because God knows I've earned it, some good karma for a change. And what I'm saying to you is, and we are going to look at A Course in Miracles at some point, is I'm grateful I can do this, because I'm hoping that one person will see what I listen to, what I say, and follow me and do what I do and stay free no matter what, because you are blessed with something called spirit, love, compassion, light, consciousness, conscience, morals, common sense. Common sense. A lot of people seem to have lost their common sense, but maybe one of you on here that's watching has still got some common sense, and they can find it in themselves to stand up. And maybe if enough of us do that, like last week in that amazing march, pulling together love, the wonderful connection between humans. We're all traumatized. Every single one of us is a traumatized child. If you weren't traumatized in your childhood, you were traumatized last year. Every single one of us is traumatized. Every single one of us is PTSD. And the only thing that will heal that is love. Nothing else. Innocence. Go back to innocence. Innocence. I have an angel on top here. And I have also got the violet flame, which I believe protects you. It's pure innocence. An angel. I went outside the other day. There was a tiny little white feather waiting for me. People have laughed at me all my life saying things like this. Well, not all my life, because it took me a while to wake up into this. But always deep down inside, there was a very loving little child that had been hurt very badly. And she's still there. And the last couple of days, she's been hurt very badly. On here, on my own TV station. The place I feel safe got contaminated. But it was a gift. It brought up a huge amount of love for other people towards me. I got a lot of love because of it. And my heart is opening more and more to me first. Healthy narcissism. It's called healthy narcissism. There is healthy narcissism. Yeah? It's balanced. And it's love for you, because you never had any love. You're taking back your love for yourself. That is healthy narcissism. You're brought up to believe that you're not allowed to love yourself. You're called narcissistic if you love yourself. If you put yourself first, they call you a narcissist. If you've been traumatized and everything relates to you all the time, it's because you've been traumatized, not because you're a narcissist. You're traumatized. It's a big difference. I learned that in the therapeutic community. It's a trait, narcissism. I have. I have narcissism, and it comes out when I'm scared. It comes out when I'm very scared. And suddenly everything relates to me. Everything is all about me. And I don't know how to do it any other way until I realize it. And so if people are calling people narcissists, I think, again, it's just being thrown out there the same way as BPD and all these mental health issues that come from post-traumatic, from being shocked and unloved. And so we're going to look at A Course in Miracles today as a review. Lesson 87. And the first one is, I will there be light. The second one is, there is no will but God's. God is love to me. 2 lessons. I will there be light, and there is no will but love. All right. So if you can use those through the day. I will there be light, and there is no will but God. God is love to me. Not religious, and I don't want to get into big discussions. I am not a Christian. I am not a Jew. I am not a Muslim. I am everything. I am a Christian, a Jew, a Muslim, a Buddhist, a Hindu, and a Baha'i. I'm everything that is love. You can't stamp anybody with a religion. It's just a stamp. You make your own choices, right? I will there be light. There is no will but God. There is no will but love. To me, God is love. And so if you go through the day, if you're struggling and you say, I will there be light. The sun is shining. That is the most important thing today, to get out in the UK and soak up that sun. Get your vitamin D into your body. Feel it in your heart chakra. Feel it everywhere. Soak it up. Gaze, sun gaze. It's called sun gazing, where you look into the sun and let it get into you. Let it get into you. Believe that you are soaking up as much vitamin D3. You are soaking up all the vitamin D3 you can get. It's beautiful. You are soaking up all of the most vitamin D3 you can get. And it's beautiful. And if that's all you can do today, I will there be light. The light of the sun. Vitamin D, the light of the sun. I will there be light. If someone upsets you, I will there be light means you could see the light in the situation. The same way as I was able to see the light in last week, and to come back into the light, to put a lot of light on moving on TV, so that that vibration cannot come near us. It's repelled. Why would it come near us? It doesn't want the light. It's frightened of the light. And so when it found out that that's all we are, light, it can't come near us. And the minute it comes near us, the light will just consume it. And they won't want to be here because they won't get it. It's on a different vibration. So if we decide to do the ecstatic dancing tonight from the commune, please bring the light, so those young people don't they'll laugh it off. They would laugh it off. They're not like me. But maybe 1 or 2 of them may not. It may really trigger them. Think about that when you put these comments on. If you're bored and you need an addiction, well, find somebody to take care of and really take care of them. You take care of you. And if you need to be addicted to whatever you're addicted to, please be aware that do it, but don't hurt others. Like I cut someone out of my life when she nearly killed me in a car. She was drunk. And so I cut her out of my life because she nearly killed me. So you have to decide if you want to use your substances. That's nothing to do with me. But don't get in a car and don't abuse innocent people because you are in your substances, because you'll only have to deal with the karma afterwards, won't you? So let there be light. Thank you for bringing more light, because the darkness, as Kara, the beautiful Kara said, the light will shine brighter because of this. And it does. So every time you abuse someone who's in the light, it only makes that human or that soul or that person or go inside and find out why they were triggered in the first place. What triggered them to attract this kind of behavior or talk? Why? Their darkness, their shadow came on. And what can they learn from that? But to love that darkness and shadow inside of them. Because we all have it in us. Every single one of us has an abuser. And I had this big conversation with Vlad, an actor. What if you were called to play a murderer, an evil, sadistic murderer? You're an actor. You pull on it and you use it. Like you put on a pair of whatever, you put a coat on, you take it off. We all have it in us. I played Mrs. Danvers in Rebecca. She was a sadistic lunatic. It's in me to go out and want to really harm or try to kill someone, push them out the window, if you know Rebecca, the play. I wanted to play Lady M and I wanted to show the grey bits, but I still haven't got there yet. Maybe one day. But I will there be light. This, whatever has happened, cannot hide the light I will to see. You stand with me in light. Whoever is abusive, you stand with me in light. In the light, this will look different. So whoever I may have tried to convince, not what I'm doing now, to come into the light, to wake up, to do research, whatever, you are in the light. You show me. Anyone who hurts me shows me, teaches me a lesson, makes me look at what is going on here, Lauren. In the light, this will look different. It's like the hangman in tarot. I am looking at this in a different perspective, upside down, inside out. And then there is no will but God love. I am safe today because there is no will but God love. I can become afraid only when I believe there is another will. Let me perceive this in accordance with the will of God love. It is God love's will that you, whoever hurt me, it is God's will you are, whoever hurt me, also the Son of God, the Son of love, doing your best with what you've got at the moment. This is part of God's love's will for me, however I see it. And that's how I heal. When I see everyone as a teacher and a mirror. And sometimes the lessons are very, very painful. And sometimes they're too much. And you think, well, this is bullying, and people do things when they're bullied because they're not able to understand the lesson. And if a child is bullied, then that is totally out of order, because then that's a crime. But I am talking about adults here. And if an adult is bullied, it can really rock them to... Bullying is a very, very cruel thing to do. To bully someone. And I do it with my beliefs. When I try to wake people up, change them, when I try to get them to do what I'm doing, it's got to be their choice. And if they won't, it will bring up my fear. It will bring up my fear of death. And that's the furthest you can go. I'd love to find something up with the Bhagavad Gita today. I'm going to see if I can. The Bhagavad Gita says, and I will try and find it on YouTube. The Bhagavad Gita says that the prime of fear is the fear of death. So once you get rid of that, the Bhagavad Gita and the fear of death. If there's one thing that I would wish on everyone, is to lose the fear of death. Because the minute you lose the fear of death, here we are, Swami Mukunda. Because that's what we're dealing with. That's what we're dealing with. And so I'm going to try and download this. And so we can watch it. You can watch it. Because that's what we're dealing with. And if you took away the ability of the fear of death, if you took away the fear of death, then you could not do to the human race what is happening. No way. Because that is their biggest fear now, isn't it? And so if someone is seeing beyond this, then maybe they have gone past the fear of death. Maybe. Because freedom is more important to them. Freedom is more important to me. Freedom. So what's more important to you? You have a fear of minorities, right? We've got one on here, okay? So this is what I'm saying. What do we do with this? We just ignore it. We block it. I have a fear of minorities. Are you being honest, or are you being abusive towards people of different races? Because I will not accept that on maybe on TV. Right. So I'm going to put this on now. It's the Bhagavad Gita, and it's all about the fear of death. Should be fascinating to watch. It's called The Secret to Overcoming the Fear of Death. Yeah?
Arjuna had raised his concern that in the battle all these people will die. Sri Krishna is giving him a different perspective. Nobody is born and nobody dies. They are all eternal. So when we say the soul is eternal, somebody can question, then what about death? At the time of death, we cease to be. He is saying, no, Arjuna. Take a look at life itself. If you see your family album, there's a newborn baby. Swamiji, that is me. Then there is a 2-year-old. Swamiji, that is also me. And then there is an 8-year-old. That is also me. In the short pants. And that young adult getting married is also me. And this middle-aged person, that is also me. But how come the bodies are completely different? How can you say this is me, this is me, this is me? No. through all these bodies, there's a connection. The soul is remaining the same. Similarly, Sri Krishna says, Arjuna, at the time of death as well, the soul changes the body. Where is that body, the newborn body? It's gone. But you are not gone. Where is that 2-year-old's body? That's also gone. Medical science will tell you that your cells have a life of 7 years and that they die away. New cells take their place. In the space of 7 years, your whole body is changed. And the molecules inside the cell, they are changing even faster. Some scientists estimate that in 1 year, 98% of your molecules change. And yet you don't change. So similarly, like you have changed so many bodies in this lifetime, Arjuna, at the time of death as well, you will merely change the body. This body will be left behind. You will get a new one. Socrates, the wise old man of Greece, he used to always encourage people to think who they are. That was his primary focus of the philosophy he taught. That is why on the temple of Apollo in Delphi, there is this inscription, Notis Nom. In Greek it means know thyself. A joke is related about this, that one Socrates in deep thought was walking along the market street. A policeman coming from the other side bumped into him. The policeman was indignant. He said, "Can't you see and walk? What kind of a person are you? Who are you, by the way?" Socrates responded, "Sir, for the last 40 years I've been trying to find out who I am. If you come to know, please tell me." So, Socrates would have been astonished with the answer that comes here. Sri Krishna says, you are the soul. The body undergoes the 6th transformation. It comes into existence, it is born, it grows, it maintains, it reproduces, it deteriorates and dies. The soul is beyond all these transformations. It is different from the body. One who is in knowledge, he says, is not deluded by their own death or the death of others.
So you see, everything we're living with at the moment is we're either fearing loss of our loved ones, and those who are living in fear fear the loss of themselves, death. And so as soon as you go past that, as it says, and that wasn't exactly what I wanted to find. I wanted to see Arjuna's journey in the Bhagavad, because that's much more powerful. I think it's like it's done like a cartoon. Right, let's see. Arjuna's, let's try and find it. Arjuna's journey with death. And that's the Bhagavad Gita. Arjuna's journey with death. Bhagavad Gita. I'll try and find it. It should be done like on death and dying. The Bhagavad Gita on death and dying. You are not the body. I remember reading this years and years ago, or listening to it. I'm surprised it's not actually on YouTube. Must be on YouTube, surely. Again, right. Arjuna's journey with death. Arjuna's journey. Well, the Mahabharata. Why did Krishna tell Arjuna to fight the war? It's the Mahabharata, isn't it? The journey of the soul. No. Let's just check again. The Bhagavad Gita and death as the final fear. Final fear. How to overcome, how to accept death. You know, you're not going to find this anywhere else. No one will talk about death. Freedom from the fear of death. There it is. That's in 2 parts. That's part 1. All right, let's get this. Stick with me, guys. I'm just going to get the first part so we can watch it. And then, as I said, you will not find this anywhere else in the world. You'll never see a media station that will do what we do on Moving On TV.
मनोवैज्ञानिक अगर हम विश्लेषण करके देखें तो
it's in Hindi.
मूलतः डर सिर्फ एक होता है, बाकी सब.
It's in Hindi, and unfortunately I don't speak Hindi. You will not find a media station anywhere that, with all due respect to the beautiful Manuel and the Christian church that he is part of, that have their own TV station or radio station. They have their own TV station. They have their own TV station. But you don't have to believe in Jesus in order to be happy. You don't have to become a Christian. You can believe in Jesus and still be a spiritual being. Believe in Buddha, believe in Jesus, believe in Muhammad, believe in Gandhi. I just found out. I don't want to worship. Vatican City. Nothing can hide the light. I will to see my sister, Vatican City, whoever they are. I'm just going to block them. Don't need that. Right, block on YouTube. I'm blocking Restream. There you go. Thank you. It's really good that you can do that. I can do that and just get rid of them straight away. That's it. They start to come on, the archons. So yeah, as I was saying, we don't push a religion. You are all welcome on here as long as you are free, if you know what I mean. Because I will not bring you on here if you are a slave. If you are free, if you are tapped in to the real you, that's what Moving On TV wants. We want you on here. We want you to express your creativity, what your spirit is, creativity, your breathing, to breathe, to create is to breathe. God, the sun is beautiful out there. So to whoever just came on with that crazy, stupid nonsense that they just said, which I didn't really read, I just saw the name. I saw the name on there and what it was, and obviously I'm not going to have that on Moving On TV, am I? But this is where, again, A Course in Miracles, I'm in a good space now. I have Moving On TV. I have love. The sun is shining. I'm going to go down and I'm going to get some fruit and almonds and water and fruit juice and gluten-free cake and all the things that I love to share my food. Bamba. Now I'd have to go, well, I could go to Tesco because it's on the way. Bamba. Bamba is, we used to have it in Israel. It's like made from peanuts and it's absolutely delicious, like puffed peanuts. Anyway, so what we can use is whoever came on just now, I am safe today. Let me perceive this in accordance with the will of love. It is God's love. You are their son as well, or child. This is part of love's will for me, however I may see it. But that was a very serious troll that got on to Moving On TV. And I don't feel triggered at all because obviously I worked through something. And I think it's a work in progress. But the biggest thing we need to really try to get to grips with is DEATH, death. That's what we're going through now. And if your freedom is more important to you than DEATH, then you will be happy now, like me. I made the right choice. My freedom, the freedom of the children, the freedom of humanity, the freedom of our planet and the animals. Who has a right to cut down a tree when there's animals on there, like little animals? It's their habitat. What right do they have to do that? None. But I don't feel angry about it today. I don't feel angry today. I cried. I did forgiveness. I feel freer. And of course, the sun is out. And so today I will be spending it in love in the commune up the road. So I suggest you do the same. Grab a picnic, get your loved ones, get your friends. Tomorrow is stand up in the park, so you could all meet up anyway in this beautiful sunshine. I'll be there. I'm not sure where, but I'll find one to go to. If I have to drive, whatever, I'll find one. When we all gather together, families hugging, compassion, love, freedom, human freedom, humanity, stand up, free. I love BitChute because I can put whatever I want on there. Unfortunately, I can't do that on here. So I'm going to catch a couple of hours sleep in the sun. I'm going to go and sit in the sun, and then hopefully I'll fall asleep for a few hours, and then I can go shopping. Nothing, ever. Ever, ever, ever. It's just not going to happen. I'm grateful that I'm a Jew, because if I wasn't, I wouldn't have memories and I wouldn't have experiences and in my heart of knowing what this is. And I will never lose my freedom the same way that those people did, my ancestors that were lost, whose lives they took. I will never lose my freedom. I'm losing my freedom of speech, so I have to use codes, don't I? Sometimes. We've lost our freedom of speech, except when we come together, and believe me, that's going to be more and more and more. Or we go on BitChute and do it on BitChute. Anyway, I'm going out into the sunshine. I'll put something on for you to maintain the joy and the spirituality of Moving On TV. And pray with me to keep Moving On TV innocent and clean. So I'm going to put the Children's Peace film on. I think that would run for quite a while. I think it's about an hour. and hopefully we won't attract anyone that can say something or can diminish the love in this film. I'm writing this song for peace. And that'll give me some time to soak up some sunshine before I go to the commune, leaving this with you. Moving on TV is protected by love, angels, violet flame. Enjoy the film. If you haven't seen it yet, it's a trailer.
Lovely. Okay, can we do that again with big smiles? Okay? And I wish you every race and creed and colour. And now the next bit we're going to do is if I believe, so it'll be, you know it, Teresa. If I believe, if I believe. 1, 2, 3. I want this film to show people how much peace there is in our world. I want to show what's going on in our world. I mean, you're going to see this in the people that we interview. You're going to see it in the children's faces. You're going to hear it in the words, in the lyrics. So I grew up with this, with the teachings that we're all the same basically, and I was brought up to believe that religion should not come between us. I have a whole family that are not Jewish. There's obviously all these influences from my dad. He taught me a lot about connection and unity and how we're all one, and I'm very proud of my dad, and I know he's proud of what I'm doing.
It doesn't matter how many prayers you say, how many candles you light, but if you ignore someone from a different faith, then it's as if you're ignoring God. So that's the sort of religious basis for interfaith work, if you like. People are always suspect of those who are different to them. They see differences as threatening, but actually differences can be enriching.
We have a interfaith organization. We have a Windsor Maiden Community Forum, where all the different faiths, you know, from Baha'i to Jewish to Sikhs. I mean, every single faith is included in that. We get together, we socialize, you know, we have different events, we have football events and other community events. And so it gives us a chance, you know, an opportunity to get together and sort of socialize with each other and discuss our similarities. Okay. And there's only a tiny element of people who are sort of, you know, on the negativity side. And as long as we all stick together and move forward towards a peaceful coexistence, I think that's what will eventually lead to a better world.
And it's much better for the children to mix between, you know, Monday to Friday, 9 and 3 every day in the same classroom. By all means, let them have their religious identity from the home, from the church, the mosque, the gurdwara, and the synagogue, but not to divide the children midweek, because otherwise you do create those barriers.
Yeah.
And even the best faith schools, which teach about other children, it's no substitute from actually interacting with them. I want to pass it on to my children. I made sure they didn't go to a Jewish school, but they went to a community school, so they could sit next to a Christian and play football with a Muslim in the break and do homework with a Hindu and walk home with an atheist. And that way they know more about the wider society, and the other kids knew more about them.
Yeah. Thank you. You've waved to all the children in the world. Thank you.
Hi, everyone.
Very much. Thank you very much. Lovely. Okay, can we do that again with big smiles? Okay? And I wish you peace, every race and creed and colour. And now the next bit we're going to do is if I believe, so it'll be, you know it, it's in a second. If I believe, if I believe, 1, 2, 3. I want this film to show people how much peace there is in our world. I want to show what's going on in our world. I mean, you're going to see this in the people that we interview. You're going to see it in the children's faces. You're going to hear it in the words, in the lyrics. Okay, hi. Hi, I'm Lauren. I call myself Lauren Hope O'Medal. I added the hope in this year because it's about letting go of the past and moving on. And I'm the originator of this project, If I Believe Peace, Song for Peace, the largest ever recording of a song for peace ever to be done with children. And I'm very proud to be making this film and introducing the story. Just a little bit about myself. I'm Irish, I was born in Ireland, I'm Jewish. And when I was a child, I was taken to Israel, a very young child, and I learned what it is to live in wars and terrorism and a lot of pain. And I decided that I didn't want children to have to grow up like that anymore. And that's where this project comes from the heart. I do it because I want to teach people that we're all the same in here. Basically, this project has been going for quite a while now, coming up to, well, it's probably about 11 years with it. And I'd written this song called Weave Me a Dream, and actually the song was nothing to do, at the point I wrote it, with nothing to do with interfaith or peace. I wasn't that way inclined at all. You've got to remember, I grew up in Israel, and I was in the army, an ex-Israeli soldier. And that's how I was brought up, you know, with a different culture and different beliefs. But a couple of things happened that changed me, and I started working with kids. And a couple of things happened in our world, and I'd say the pinnacle of this for me was September the 11th. And my whole mindset changed. I don't know why, but I think it's probably happened to quite a lot of people. And you could say I became sort of spiritual then. And I knew that this is what I was meant to do. I was meant to take this song, Weave Me a Dream, which is all about a tapestry of life, weaving us all into a tapestry, all the cultures, all the religions, all the colours. And I was meant to go out there and teach it. And I wasn't sure who to or what or anything, but it was supposed to be around kids, but I wasn't sure how I was going to do any of it. And September the 11th was a really, really important part of my life for me. And that's how it all kind of started for me. Because before that I didn't really know what I was meant to do with my music. I struggled quite a lot. But from then onwards I had this song, Weave Me a Dream, and I took it to my friend, and he created a backing track with it. So I'd say that was kind of like the first incarnation of Weave Me a Dream in the year 2001. And at that point I also got invited to teach it to a lot of children. It was a Hillingdon summer project. And I just went around and taught it to the kids. And that was the beginning of it, I'd say. I must admit, I used to approach schools and I couldn't get the support quite a lot of the time. As soon as I mentioned the word peace, the phone would go cold, and no, I don't want to get involved with that. And nowadays it's very different. Nowadays people jump on it because we need it. It's got to be, you know. Then I met Sam, and Sam was a studio technician and a musician, and he said to me, why don't we make it a children's song? And it somehow it started to make sense, because up until then it was classical new agey, and it was all about me singing it all the time and people doing harmonies. And then I thought, you know what, he's right, because it's about the children, it's about them, it's about their future, and it's fun. And so Sam came up with the hook, if I believe, I thought brilliant, and then I added on Imna Amin and Ozen Omen, which is Hebrew, Arabic and English. You know, and I wrote a whole album of songs about peace and love, and I wrote I Wish You Peace. I wrote it in the bath actually, funnily enough. It just came to me. I wrote the song I Wish You Peace. So then we had 2 songs for peace. So here we go, another reincarnation of the song. If I Believe and I Wish You Peace. 2 songs for peace. And then we went and I managed to get Robert Allen, who had been the X Factor. I just went up to him and said, do you want to be involved in this? And we tried to get it in the Eurovision, but we didn't get it in the Eurovision, obviously. But we had the song recorded. And then we took I Wish You Peace, the Christmas version, and went out and got loads of kids, taught the song to them, and we filmed it here in the house, and we filmed it in Newenden Valley, and the children did some of the vocals, and I sang it with a Muslim singer called Yus Siddiqui, and it was wonderful. I felt it was so perfect. There was me, a Jew, singing with a Muslim. It meant so much. It was lovely.
I wish you peace every moment, every hour.
It's nice to see you all back here again after so many years. In fact, it's 5 years. So, how was it to be in the video those 5 years ago?
Florence, do you want to say something?
Well, as far as I remember, I really enjoyed it, and I was 11 at the time, so yeah, it was really good, really enjoyable.
When I was back there, I remember doing it, and it was a really good song, and it was really fun to be in a video because I'd never done something like that before.
So you enjoyed yourself?
Yes.
And Thea, did you enjoy yourself?
Yeah.
Great, lovely. And what about Serena and Melissa?
Yeah.
And Alison, who was in it as well. You look so young, and you're their mum, and we all thought that you were one of the kids. But it's really, really exciting to have you all back here. I was just going to say that this is 2012 now, and I've got most of the kids back, and in order to we're making a film, we're making a documentary, which is all the work that's been done on this project since 2000. And this is one of the most important parts of it. We're on YouTube and we've had 20,000 views, and we're all so excited about it because we hope that we'll be able to eventually get in the charts. So that's why you're all here.
We thought that participating in this song was a small contribution that we could all participate in to bring something bigger and something important. And I think the children at the time, you know, since that time, they've realised now the significance of it more than when they were 5 years younger.
Yeah, because they're a bit older. Yes, it's lovely. We've got little Lula, little Lula. I can say little Lula here, and she was a baby. If you see the video, which is in the background, Lula was a little baby, and she's now 5 years old, and it's really lovely to have you back. And we've got young Faith here, who's a new addition to the video, and I'm really happy to have her today. Are you excited? Yeah. Lovely. Do you remember when we made the video?
Yeah.
How did you feel when you made the video? Do you remember?
Not that much, just a little bit.
Did you go and tell all your friends afterwards that you were in a video? And do you remember we entered a competition? Do you remember it was called Lion for Lambs? Do you remember that?
So, yeah.
And we got 1,000 people to watch it on YouTube after that. And now, as I say, it's nearly 20,000. So wow, the sky is the limit.
Well, I found it exciting going to Newenden, and I really enjoyed sitting down together. And now I understand more about the message.
What is the message, Serena?
Peace.
What does that mean to you?
Peace means to me, it's hard to put in words really, love in a way, I guess. Yeah.
That's lovely. Anybody else want to say something about what peace means to them? Why do you think we're doing this? Why do you think we're making this film?
Like everyone's equal and just everyone is a whole group together.
That's wonderful. That sounds lovely. Well done. So you excited to be here today?
Yeah.
Back together again. 3. Peace, shalom, salam, shanti, and clap. Woo!
If I believe that we can stop the tears for falling. Hello, my name is Afri, I'm 11 years old and I live in Israel. If I believe, it's a very good song. It's talking about peace and love. Peace and love in all the world. I think that peace is a good thing. It's the important most thing in the world. I think that we get if all the child and the people in all the world can get end by end and said, I want peace. I don't want war or fighting. I want peace. I love peace. I wish peace.
Okay, so what would you like to say to your Palestinian children, the neighbors, from the heart?
Ahlan wa sahlan. Tהיה לי חבר and be my friend.
Track. And I remember I came to you and I sat by the keyboard. You remember? We're talking about what, 2000?
Yeah, it's a while ago now.
And I just sang, burn me a light, touch me a song.
Well, Lauren came to me with the song, as she does. She had the melody and chords. And yeah, I really liked it, actually. Yeah, it's amazing how it's grown with Lauren's the energy she's put into creating it as a sort of a bigger project and involving all the children that she is and generating all the interest through all the media and stuff she's doing. It's yes, I really admire for that, for the energy she's put into it, and yeah, it's very commendable. And yeah, it's gone so much beyond, you know, where I started with it. So yeah, I'm interested to see where it goes, and I think that's a way to generate peace. Yeah, music is the ideal platform for doing that. Music is something that really brings people together from all different faiths and backgrounds.
Yeah, so we used the arrangement of Weave Me a Dream, as it was called originally, Weave Me a Dream, of Hope and Love Again. We used that to do the big sing-along, and we got, this was in 2001 I think, we got a load of people together in a house, and Matt Condon came along with the studio, and we recorded it. So yeah, and we came up with this CD, and I think everyone bought a copy. And that was the first ever arrangement of the first reincarnation of this song, which was Weave Me a Dream, this project, the beginning. Before the project, I think the project was just starting around then. That's another story.
It makes you happy to know that you're valued no matter who you are. And if I can change a child's life, if I could change 10 children's lives with this project and help them find some happiness knowing that they're okay no matter what religion they are, and you know, and understand that they don't have to go out there and fight for their religion. It's natural to be who you want to be in our world. It's a free world, basically. I believe we're a free world, and everyone respects everyone, and there's no wars anymore. You don't need wars then, do you? Anyway, that's my belief. And I suppose that's why I do this project. I suppose because I had a sad childhood, and I grew up in a lot of wars and terrorist attacks. I couldn't sleep at night. It's not a nice way to grow up, and I feel for every child that is unhappy and can't sleep at night because they're frightened. You know, my dad slept with a gun under his pillow, and I think that's awful. You know, why should anyone have to live with such fear? I mean, the consequences are you you're not as happy as other people, and I went through a lot of unhappiness myself and depression. This project makes me happy. It makes me happy because I see the smiles on the children's faces and the teachers and everyone when I tell them what we're doing. You see their happy faces, you know, it's the little child in me is celebrating being one with everyone. People think it's very innocent and childish, but I don't care. I think that Jesus was very innocent and very childish too, and Buddha. They had to play in order to get the results. He said, become as an innocent child, Jesus, didn't he? I know, I'm a Jew, but I follow the teachings of Jesus. To me, he said, become as an innocent child. And to me, God is playful and fun and full of love. Hope and faith. This is a picture of the future. This is happiness and joy. And maybe when you're old enough, you'll be able to take on the project, eh? Would you like that?
Yeah.
Yeah? There's a couple of young ladies in Israel that might take on the project. One of them is Ofri. She's my niece. She's 16 and very supportive of this. And Shaked and Doron, my nieces. Who knows? We love you very much. It's just remarkable for me as a Jewess who's been brought up as a Jewess in a country with unfortunately wars and sadness, to go into a situation where a lot of the children are Muslims and unfortunately considered my enemy. They're not my enemy. No one is my enemy. That's how I see it. And when the children and I sing together and they hug me or we have our photograph taken, it means a lot to me, you know, that these children are actually considered in the big wide world my enemy because they're Muslim and I'm a Jew. But you see, this project is a bridge. It's a metaphor, it's a symbolism of all the religions singing together. If we don't sing together, metaphorically, symbolically, you have a war, you have a cacophony. You understand what I mean? If everybody is not singing together on the same vibration, then unfortunately we have sadness and children die for nothing. You know, that's how I see it. And adults are very unhappy. I don't believe that anyone wants their children to die in wars. I don't believe anyone. I think every parent, deep down inside, wants the best for their child. Sometimes I think that, unfortunately, children and adults grow up with hatred, and that's unfortunate because of the way our world is. We're going to be filming the children in their assembly. I'm going to be teaching them a tiny little bit of the song from If I Believe Peace. And we're going to be interviewing the headmaster, and this is our first school that we're going to be filming, and I'm going to be talking to the children about the project. If I believe in Amen, again. Okay, well, did you enjoy that?
Yes.
Lovely. Okay then, so big smiles now. Big smiles. And I just want to say thank you very much. And before I go, I'm just going one more thing to repeat after me, okay? Peace.
Peace.
Shalom.
Shalom.
Salam.
Salam.
Shanti.
Shanti.
And do you want to do it funny like Lauren does? Okay? So do it like this. 1, 2, 3. Peace. Shalom. Big smiles. Salam. Shanti. Thank you. You wave to all the children in the world. Thank you.
Everyone,
thank you very
please
much.
sit down.
Thank you very much. Could you just say something about what it is about your school and why you feel that you wanted to come onto the project?
Well, I think because we're a family school, we believe that everybody has the right to be heard and everybody is valued exactly the same, and I think your project is trying to do that throughout the world, so we're very happy to join in with you.
Thank you very, very much.
That's quite all right, and we just hope that it's a success.
So do we all, yeah. And like I say, I really want to thank you for your support, you know, yourself and the schools in Hayes that have come on board and given us so much support.
Yeah.
So thank you very much.
Looking forward to that, thank you.
And we're making a film. Now this film is about children all over the world, and I'm here to bring you onto the film so that we can show that in England we bless all the children of the world, and we want to teach that no child should have to grow up in sadness and in wars. Does that make sense? Yes. Good, good. So the main thing of the song is, if I believe that we could stop the tears from falling, yeah? Can you say that after me? If I believe that we could stop the tears from falling. Exactly. And the reason that I'm here today as well is to explain to you that I'm actually a Jewish lady, and I grew up in Israel, in the Middle East. And we're trying to make this film so that we can send this film out into the world and help children not have to live in wars and sadness anymore. So does that sound nice? Yes. Good. Because here in England we're all safe. We all live together here safe. We're all different cultures and religions. I'm a Jewish lady. I was born Jewish. And I grew up in Israel, in the Middle East, or Palestine, Israel. And my job is to teach us all that basically we're all the same. So I'm going to teach you a little bit of the song, I Wish You Peace. I adore my family in Israel, and I'm proud of being a Jew. I also have all the empathy in the world for the Palestinians, and I feel that unfortunately what's happened is not okay, and the balance needs to come back. But I believe that our world is changing in such a way now, and it's coming. There are loads of things happening in our world. There's loads of peace projects all over the world. I will do my best to enlighten the public with as much as I can get into this film, and hopefully by the time this film comes out, I'll have been, you know, we will have the footage to show more of peace, only peace.
Okay, well, peace. Well, peace is a cry from the heart for me. It's something that, as Lauren said, it's something that every single one of us is looking for. And I know Lauren's been on a journey of healing to help her discover her inner peace and her inner love. And it's been a privilege and an honour to share that journey with her, and to see her bloom and grow and get all this energy and enthusiasm and passion that she has inside her out through her music. So the idea that it's all based on peace and love are the two best subjects we can focus on, really. So I'm delighted to support Lauren. Silent Unity is there for everybody. So it's just a pleasure to be here.
Love, make me an instrument of your peace.
That was a little bit of the instrument of peace that I sang for you in London at the Unity Gathering one year.
Yeah.
And basically I took the word God and changed it to love.
Absolutely.
Because I believe that, to me, God is love, and that's what I practice, and I know you do.
Absolutely.
And you've been a great mentor yourself in Unity. The teachings of Myrtle Fillmore about us all coming together, and the prayer line, which has kept me sane. And I'm sure it's just so wonderful that people can just ring up and say help, and you just pray with them.
Absolutely.
And it's very, very beautiful. So everyone, all the different religions, when I hopefully, please God, talk to the mosque, I want them to explain to me a little bit. So we've got lots of different cultures and people talking about what their beliefs are, so it's very open.
Yeah, absolutely.
See what I mean?
Well,
It's
it's bringing
very
them all
interesting.
together, isn't it?
That's
the
right.
whole idea.
That's right. Yeah.
We have a interfaith organization. We have a Windsor Maiden Community Forum where all the different faiths, you know, from Baha'i to Jewish to Sikhs. I mean, every single faith is included in that. We get together, we socialize, you know, we have different events, we have football events and other community events. And so it gives us a chance, you know, an opportunity to get together and sort of socialize with each other and discuss our similarities. The majority of the Muslims are very peaceful people. And I think majority of any religion is very peaceful, but then you always will have people, you know, who are negative in every sort of religion and every walk of life.
Lovely. Okay. If I believe, even I mean, or then not then, and if I believe, even I mean, or then not then. And that's our world. So you have all the different colours of the rainbow. And you have all the different religions. So the song has got a line in it about the colours of the rainbow, which is red, orange, yellow, green and blue, indigo and violet too. Does anybody like colours at all?
Red.
Red. Anybody else? Yes. Blue.
Pink.
Pink.
White.
White. Do you have the back?
Black.
Black. Now, are you too macho to sing red, orange, yellow, green and blue, indigo and violet too? Are you too macho for that? Red, orange, yellow, green and blue, indigo and violet too. Oh, fantastic. We've got the older boys over there. They're really embarrassed now.
I can't express how I feel. I am so happy. It's been incredible. The kids were gorgeous. Sagir was very lovely and friendly. I sat in the mosque and I thanked God for giving me this job, this journey. And to me this has been a huge part of the film, is to visit the mosque and talk to my Muslim friend about our similarities. I learned so much today and I hope to pass this on to the world and all the kids using the song. It was so much fun today with the boys, teaching them the colours of the rainbow. All these macho boys, and there's me going red, orange, yellow, green and blue, indigo. I saw their faces. Walking, just talking about Allah Akbar, the prayer for peace. I just love the sound of when they sing it, but I never knew what it actually meant. I never knew that the prayer was not just for the Muslims, but it was for all the children of Abraham as well, which is the Jews. So the Muslims are actually praying for all of us. You see, I never knew any of this, and I'm really grateful. I'm with Veena. Veena's from the Brahma Kumaris in Uxbridge, and she runs the group every week where we come and do meditation, and the primary thing is learning how to be peaceful, inner peace. So how do you feel we can get back to that stillness that we need inside in order to get that peace?
Yes. As I said before, we need to be in touch with our inner self. Every human being on this planet is craving for peace, looking for peace. And where is peace? It's within me. It's within me.
Of your peace.
Hi, well today's the 18th of November. We're at this Jewish synagogue in Maidenhead. They're doing a project called Mitzvah. A mitzvah means to do a good deed, and it's bringing Muslim teenagers and Jewish teenagers together. I am so excited about this, and also I feel that today is really important to do this, because unfortunately on the news at the moment the Middle East is not doing too well again, and I get scared because my family are there, who I love. And I just want to be able to do my bit today to be able to show the world what works, so that maybe we don't have to have situations like the Middle East anymore.
Well, Mitzvah Day is a day we give our time to other people, more importantly than giving our money, which we do also at other time. But Mitzvah Day, what's important is not to give your money, but is to do something yourself for other people.
Future leaders. What's your name? Ben. I know it's Ben's just made. Can you see it? Oh, thank you, Ben. That's beautiful. You say that to all the children of the world. Hi, Jonathan.
Hi.
And thank you so much for inviting us today. It's beautiful, you know, to be in a place like this where everything works so beautifully together. I just want to ask you a little bit about your work, because it is exceptional what you do to go out into the other communities, particularly to go to the mosque. I mean, there's not enough of that in this country. There's not enough in this world. So, I mean, how did all this start? I mean, where did it
Well, hopefully it's not quite as exceptional as that, because there are a lot of rabbis, and I'm sure there are vicars as well, who realise that, you know, if there's no point loving your neighbour if it's just your Jewish neighbour, or just your Catholic neighbour, just your Muslim neighbour. Your neighbour is, you know, anybody occupying this world, and we're all the children of God. And I know that's a sort of set phrase, children of God, but you have to take it seriously. And if we are the children of God, it means we're all equal. And that if you don't get on with your neighbour, then actually that's a negation of God, and it's a denial of God. And it doesn't matter how many prayers you say, how many candles you light. But if you ignore someone from a different faith, then it's as if you're ignoring God.
I understand you're from the Muslim faith. Yeah. Right. And you're here at Mitzvah Day. Would you like to tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, I mean, I work for an organisation called the Islamic Society of Britain, and we are a national organisation, and I got to know some people that are involved in Mitzvah Day sort of nationally, and have done other bits of work with them. And just really love the idea, actually. I love the idea of it being a Jewish-led day of social action anyway. I mean, I think the idea of it is really good anyway, so it's about doing good together. So it's not about talking about religion or certainly not politics. It's about saying, actually, we can do some good together from whatever background we're from.
I think it's very good to unite all the different kind of cultures and religions. I mean, people from all different kind of cultures and religions should know about each other and other things, because if everyone's segregated, then it's kind of, we don't know what's out there, and we need to know what's out there. Yeah, we should all learn to live together, because that's what we're supposed to do, you know. If we, like I said before, if we keep away from each other, then how do we know how to keep together?
Oh, I think it's really nice when we do this sort of interfaith things. We're all doing good deeds, and that's part of all the religions. They all want to do something good for charities and things like that, and I think it's quite nice. If it wasn't just the mosques and the synagogues, if other faiths came in, if we had like Buddhists and Sikhs and Christians and everyone doing it together, I think that'd be really nice, rather than it being based at a certain place of worship.
I'm thinking just more meetings and just all gathering as that sense of community, because that's what we should all do, because it just makes it a lot better for everyone, and you get to learn about different cultures, and it shows that we're different, but in the end we're all the same.
The girls are going to sing a little bit of a song that they do at the synagogue, which is in Arabic, I think, as well as Hebrew.
Odro shalom aleinu, Odro shalom aleinu, Odro shalom aleinu ve'akulam, Odro shalom aleinu, Odro shalom aleinu.
Can I just translate that? What they're singing is salam means peace, shalom, to us and the whole of the world. Aleinu is us, al kol ha'olam, and then the whole world. So isn't that lovely?
What do you like about peace? Is peace good?
Yeah.
Oh. Why is it good?
Because everybody hates it.
Yeah, everybody hates it if it's not peace, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh.
My point of view is I believe in tolerance, you know. I think people from all age groups and from different backgrounds, they've all got something unique to say, and you learn by listening to them, particularly, you know, older people as well. Young people have got something to learn from what I call the elders.
And what I like about my son's school is there's children from all sorts of backgrounds. They've got like Polish and children who are Muslim, Jewish. There's lots of different races mixed together, and there's those that are not mixed race as well. And all the children just get on so well. They play together, and I really like that. And your project that's what it's all about, isn't it? About people, whether they have faith or don't have faith, all together, basically they want to get on and have peace. And that's what your song's about. And the words, that's what the words are saying, you know, and they really touch you when you hear it, you know, so that's what I love about it. So yeah. Well, when you explained about it, it makes sense, because you're basically saying that all faiths come together for peace, and I think that's really, really important, not to get caught up in what one particular faith is into in detail, but the overall thing is to have peace and for everybody to get on with each other, and that's basically what all religions and people who are not religious is all about. And the way you do the song, and you'll get, you know, people from Israel, you're talking about that as well, and how you want to get everybody together. I thought it was a really good project, and it's great for my children to be part of that as well.
Okay, right, can you send in the sopranos, please?
Peace is such a big word, and it's got a lot of factors around it that we really thought about a lot. With so much going on in the world today, I think it's so important, especially for the younger generation, to know more about peace. There's the violence, crime, throughout the world there's so much going on, nation against nation, everything. So we just want to be part of helping to bring that word to its proper meaning. Yeah. So I think it's good for the children to be involved from an early age, so that they could grow up and be able to be a model to the outer world, so they could just really be part of something that's good.
Okay, now this has got a solo line, but you don't need to worry about it, but I need to explain to you where the harmony comes in, okay? So the song goes like this. I'm really excited about this because 2007 you were actually in the original recording that we did with Charlotte and Steve. Remember we came here and did a recording, and so it's really nice to meet you again 5 years later, but we've got a lot of work to do. Yeah, I mean those recordings were fun, but we're talking about quality now. Okay, and I'd love to be able to, for us to get the 4 harmonies. It would be a big challenge. Okay. And I mean, what are you guys' feelings about peace? I mean, do you learn about that at school at all? How do you feel about things like that?
It's definitely a topic in like RE and stuff. Like, it's a massive like world topic that I think is debatable in today's society. And I think that this song could help achieve that and help others start believing in peace and stuff.
It's lovely, thank you.
Yeah, I'm quite excited about it.
Good.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it as well. I remember, I was with Charlotte, I think it was in Breakspear, the old stagecoach, and I remember in one of the rooms going over the red, orange, yellow, green
the colours of the rainbow.
I remember that. Yeah.
Well, you were the first school that I think that came on board 5 years ago. Really, I mean, this is really flying now. It's taken quite a long time to get to the level it is, but there's more than 1,000 children, I think, involved in the video now. So, but anyway, I think I better let you go, or your teachers are going to be very angry.
You've been involved in this project for 12 years, so that's some time.
I love Lauren's passion. She's just been so passionate all the way through, keen to get things done, keen to move things on, and you know, just occasionally there are times when it's difficult, and you know, I'm always there to help her, and I just feel that right from the very beginning I've been sort of just a mate, really.
How would you like to see the project? Obviously you would like to see world peace, but how would you see
I think we'd all like to see world peace, but that's sort of obvious, isn't it?
But in the next 5 years or so, how would you, what progression would you like to see in this project personally?
Right, well I just think worldwide a lot of people are becoming more spiritual and a lot more sort of, not less materialistic, but they think more about things other than the day-to-day drudgery, and I just think that that'll start to take over. We'll get more and more people involved in bettering their lifestyles, trying to do different things, just becoming more sort of enlightened, I suppose is the best word, without it sounding too sort of and I just think that with Lauren's project, obviously, that is right at the heart of it.
Okay, let's do it together.
Well done for promoting peace, really, because we really need it, especially in these difficult times.
One, two, three. Peace! Shalom!
Shalom.
Wonderful. Salam!
Salam.
Shanti!
Shanti.
Hey! And think about what a wonderful world it would be if we had peace.
Although I'm Jewish, I'm very strong in my Jewish identity, I want to pass it on to my children. I made sure they didn't go to a Jewish school, but they went to a community school, so they could sit next to a Christian and play football with a Muslim in the break and do homework with a Hindu.
But Mitzvah Day, what's important is not to give your money, but it's to do something yourself for other people. Thank you very much for being with us, for the future generation.
It's been so difficult. We've gone through a lot of difficult times generally in the world, and there's always issues. But anything to help, and I think this really will.
Yeah. President Assad, are you listening?
Among others, yes.
Among others.